success.
They'll be putting
That
scores.
will be a good heat starter. Serve red line, takes off in the phone, goes, tries to go straight to failure. Just bails out on that one, not much opportunity to score.
Can't smoke here.
Did I smoke here?
Ideally not.
Bomb, bomb, boom.
17 minutes on the clock. Waiting for scores for first of red and first of white. As they make their way back into the lineup. Yellow having a look now. That one doubles up. It's looking like classic competition conditions.
I'll find this and send this
They're
picture.
blessed with
Good.
solid waves.
So we're not putting any scores.
Now we are not.
Will likely clean up
Until it
towards
fixes.
later portion of the morning. Swell, so
Kiddhar?
and as we've seen from our last ride of
ये केबल नहीं चलेगा?
plenty of opportunity to score. Last of white at 1.0.
हाँ इसमें आना चाहिए 6700 लो
Look on this white one. That just takes him down. 15 minutes and 15 seconds to go. The surfer in yellow now takes off on their heat opener. Trying to make it out onto the open face as the section presents itself. Goes up into the lip of that one, follows the lip line and just loses the finish. There are 13 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Situation in the water is red in the lead with a 6 and a 1.4. White in second with a 1 and a 0.93. Yellow in third with a 1.67. Yellow needs a 0.26 to progress, while white needs a 6.4 to take the lead. White taking this little insider, looking for the section to build up. Section slowly comes towards him, but not enough energy in that wave. As red looks towards this line, goes up into the first section, but that one runs away. Yellow now up and riding. Just having a look. Not seeing much opportunity on that wave, so stepping out and getting back into the lineup for priority.
Second call going out to the semi-finalists of heat number 2, Pradeep Pujar in red, Soup City in white, and Prahlad Sriram in yellow. So first request you to please collect your rush cards at the beach marshal stand. Thank you.
Yellow up and riding for a drawn out cutback. Looks at the second section, sticks with it, carves the second one, complete on that maneuver. Let's see if he can finish it up, and that one runs out of energy. Yellow wave comes out back for a surfer in red. Setting up the first bottom turn, going up into the lip for the first one, just overextended on the finish as he goes down. Nine minutes remaining. Waiting on scores for the last exchange. Some good scoring potential coming through in these waves. As we see our surfer in white up on this insider. There's a section in front of him. Let's see if he can do something with it. He goes up into the oncoming section. Just not enough energy to come back down. Scores are in. Situation in the water, red in the lead with a 6 and a 2.0, yellow in second with a 3.67 and a 1.67, white in third with a 2.60 and a 1.43. White, you need a 2.75. To progress, yellow, you need 4.34 to take the lead. 8 minutes to go. Yellow up and riding on a nice looking set wave. He went up for the first maneuver, carved the second. Looks like there's a lip offering itself for the finish, and he finishes with control. 7 minutes to go. Our surfer in yellow will be happy with that one, as he looks to take the lead from our surfer in red.
Surfers in the water, you have 6 minutes to go.
Last of yellow.
Yellow in second, we need a 3.68 now to take the lead. Sorry, red and yellow, you guys are both tied for first. However, red has the high scoring ride, so red is in first. In third, white with a 5.4. Needing a 5.4 to progress.
We're going to take the circles of the next heat, so please stand out. A gentle reminder to all surfers, please stay clear of the competition area. Thank you.
Surfer in yellow up and riding, up into the lip, and riding out successfully. Surfer in white now setting up their turn, goes up into the lip for the first maneuver,
Tight on the mic and
fighting to make it out of that one.
said we had zip tag like that.
4 minutes to go.
Whenever you're speaking,
Is set up, more or less. Oh, here, I'll give you this one. Put the knots together and we'll tighten.
and normal.
2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Surfers to the next heat. Thank you for paddling out. Situation in the water. Still red and yellow in tied for first. Red in the lead with a higher scoring ride. Yellow, you need a 3.68 to take the lead. White in third, needing 5.4 to progress. Red busting his fins and holding on for the finish. But incomplete.
Okay, our website is
Make it tight, just put it from there.
I only messed up with one.
Isn't it? Make it tight.
Check this laptop. That everywhere. We do is we have to go directly from Liveheats. You know what happened? Liveheats is going inside our app. That is going inside the Liveheats. Yeah, I know. Very deep inside. So even I it's loading, you know. It's actually they are just loading this thing.
So for the water, you have 1 minute and 10 seconds to go.
Here, every judges when they change,
And if you want to mute in any case, double press. Like it's done there. So, you double press again.
Red up and riding.
When you are not
Back
talking
to
in
the
the
first
mic,
section. Looks for the second one to stand up.
so just keep it on.
One putt back. Third carve as he goes over the rocks in the end section. 30 seconds to go.
Five seconds to go. Ten seconds.
And the countdown for the end of the heat starts. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are on hold for scores. Stand by for scores.
Surfers of the next heat, please stand by for the countdown. Do not catch any wave.
Only qualifier 3 after this, and then we are starting with the under 18 boys free fire team 1. Qualifier 4 at the airport and flow will be much later and will be announced.
What did he say? We're going ahead with the schedule.
No, so just the qualifier 3 will be running. Qualifier 4 is much later. Qualifier 4 is the big airflow.
Quick announcement. Following this heat will be qualifier 3 for the big airflow. Qualifier 4 will be much later in the day. Right after the qualifier 3, we will be going with the semifinals for the 18 and under boys. I repeat, after qualifier 3 for the big airflow, we will go on with the semifinals for the 18 and under boys. Qualifier 4 for the big airflow will be much later in the day. Last of red at 4.33, securing their first position.
Last of yellow, a 5.0, securing their second position. Congratulations, surfers, for making it to the finals. Stand by for the start of your heat. Surfers in the water.
Coming up. Coming up is the semi-final seat number 2 for under 16 boys. In the waters are surfers, Pradeep Pujar, counting down the heats in 3, 2, 1.
They hear it though somehow. The surfers hear it somehow.
That is the start of the semi-final, seat number 2. In the waters are surfers, Pradeep Pujar in red, So in white, Kovalam in yellow.
Bad audio. It's about 5:30. Huh? It's about 5:30. Yesterday, was going to die.
So the next is
maybe a good time to do.
क्या करना है इधर रखने का बैकअप रखने का बैकअप रखने का ये तो चालू है ना बराबर ये रख ये रख वाओ
In the water, we have Pradeep Pujar in red, surfer from the west coast. Moki has made it over to the east coast this season for training for 2 whole months.
quick look with the qualifier in the waters are Circles, Kishore in red, Srikant in white, Harish in yellow, and Sanjay in blue.
Surfer in red up and riding, looked like quite an opportunity, but that one running just a little too fast away from him. It's an exciting heat as our surfers don't often get a chance to go all out on the airs. Competitive surfing is all about weighing the risks, whereas big air shows are about taking as much risk as possible and going as high as possible. In the water, two local boys, two surfers from Covelong. One of them here, Shrikant, looking for a section, waiting for it to build up. Looks like there's a ramp to it, and he goes super high on that air reverse. Corked out with the grab, just misses the finish. A lot of power in our surfer in white, local boy Shrikant. Two surfers from down the coast in Mavipuram. Harrison and Sanjay, Slinky and Snappy.
Firstly, for the benefit of all those who have just joined in or logged in to watch the live stream, can you just take us through what the flow is and what is it that they can expect with the surfers in the water?
So, the big air flow is all about performing aerial maneuvers. Aerial maneuvers come under the category of progressive maneuvers. Usually where the fins come out of the wave, where the board disconnects with the wave, where the board finds itself above the lip and in the air. There are many variations of aerial maneuvers. What you saw from Shrikant there was an air reverse, in which they send the fins to the beach, back of their board to the beach, and ride out in reverse before switching back to their front foot forward. Yesterday we saw some straight airs, where the surfer goes down the line, finds a ramp, goes up into the air, and lands without rotation. You also have full rotations, where the surfer does a full 360 degrees before coming back onto the wave. You have alley-oops in which the rotation comes in the opposite direction, not towards the beach, but towards the ocean. And then you have a whole lot of variation in terms of the grabs the surfers can do on. As we see our surfer in white, not finding a ramp on that wave. It's also a very different kind of wave that our surfers are looking for, waves with a ramp, rather than an open face to do rail-to-rail maneuvers. What you need is lots of speed and a solid section that projects out towards the beach. Surfer in white looks like he finds a bit of a double up here. The best waves with the best potentials for these kind of maneuvers are often inside runners with a big wall, so a long horizontal line, which means it'll be braking really fast and likely giving them a ramp to take off from. Double ups are also good opportunities as two waves come into one to give double the power and double the projection. They can be tricky to ride as they get really hollow.
Announce the beach cleanup. Also ask the
Announcement for the beach cleanup. We will have Samay, our head judge, and Nawaz, our event director, heading the beach cleanup. So make your way to the beach marshals area. This is a request for all the event officials as well as participants to join us at the beach marshals area for the beach cleanup.
This is an initiative that's setting an example to show that clean beaches is a pleasure. Also, an environmental
Consciousness, requesting All the officials, the surfers, and anybody who would like to join the beach cleanup to please do so. Headed by our head judge Samai and the boss, our event director.
Upcoming kind of provide updates. Yes, I will let you know when it's 20 minutes remaining.
That's 5 seconds.
Surfer in yellow had a look at that insider, but didn't see the opportunity for a ramp. That looked like a promising opportunity, but it ran away from our competitors. None of them finding the right position on it. It is tricky in these kind of conditions when you have low period swells. The waves come at you from nowhere, so you don't have much time to react. Opportunity showing itself here for one of our surfers, but it looks like it's lacking a bit of power with the double ups in front of it. "17 minutes and 25 seconds to go." 'Yellow' having a look on an insider. Let's see if it stands up. Comes for speed. Driving down the line, ramp appears. Just had to put a bit too much push on that one as the wave didn't provide much energy. Still managing to get into the air above the lip. We see a wave doubling up here for our surfer in red. Solid ramp, but that section breaks too early. We have seen a couple of opportunities run through in this heat. One thing is the ocean providing, the other thing is being able to find the right spot to take off on these waves that are not so easy to read as perfect reef break conditions, for example. Yeah, these kind of conditions are one of the hardest to read, and I think it can also be an advantage for our surfers in India as they deal with a lot of low period conditions where the waves are very close to one each other, meaning that there will be multiple peaks on the same wave, bumps and lumps in different spots of the wave, so it really forces you to have to read each wave independently and treat it as its own. Multiple waves can combine to make better quality one, as we see somewhat of an opportunity here for a surfer in yellow. Up and riding, looks like it might have a ramp on it, and he throws the tail towards the beach, just loses contact with the surfboard. Wind conditions are not optimal, but they're alright for airs. Light offshore breeze. Ideal air in these conditions would be an air reverse, where you send the tail towards the beach, putting your weight and hips behind it so that the board sticks to your feet. A lot of people ask me, how is it possible for the board to stick to your feet while you're in the air like that with no straps? Surfer in red now up and riding, goes straight into the air. Just now finding enough progression towards the beach, projection towards the beach for the finish.
For all those of you who have joined us on the live heats, you are watching the Big F
Red now
flow.
going left, look at that. Surfer in red going left, finding a section, going for the air reverse, and he spins right out of it. Let's see if he gets the finish. Board presents itself, nose in front of the foam, and that's a finish. That'll be our first clean air reverse of the big air flow so far. Our surfer in red finding a left. These low period conditions can create these kind of opportunities for airs. It is because we have low period conditions that a peak as such has presented itself to our surfer in yellow to present his fins to the beach. We have 13 minutes remaining on the clock.
Check and call going out to the semi-finalists of under 18 boys, heat 2. Som Sethi in red, Thayan Arun in white, Haris Moyuddin in yellow, and Raju Pujar in blue. Request you to please check in at the beach marshal's area. Thank you.
Stay tuned as you will get some replays on your screen from that air. Airs are good ways to surf a wave up. As you saw, the quality of that wave was quite minimal, but an air allows you to create something out of a mediocre wave. It can be really useful in competition in stressful situations, as we see our surfer in white now looking at this one for a ramp. That one is just too close, not giving him enough time to speed up, but we see the second section running away with plenty of speed and ramps. So we saw quite a few opportunities for airs, I would say, on the right-handers as well. Just our surfer sitting a little bit too deep. See now our surfer in red sitting a little further out. Let's see if he holds his position. It would be a smart tactical decision, as often the second section of the wave has provided a bit more of an open standing wall with opportunity to generate speed as well as ramps for
we'll have qualifier 4 of the big air show.
To the kind attention of all surfers, please note that after the semi-finals, heat 2 and 1 of the under 18 boys will be the 4th qualifier of the big air flow.
Can you go again on that announcement, please? Your voice come out. I'm not sure everybody got that.
For the kind attention of all surfers, after the completion of the semi-finals, heat 2 and 1 will be the 4th qualifier of big air flow.
Can you go again on that announcement, please?
repeating the announcement after semifinals for the 18 and under boys. We will be running the fourth qualifiers for the big air flow. So big air flow contestants, be ready as we see our surfer in white here looking for a ramp on the inside. This wave kind of doubling up. Oncoming section presents itself, but not a satisfying ramp on offer. 9 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Surfer in red looking at this opportunity, building some speed with a high line, throws the fins to the beach, just landing horizontally. It's a bit of a tough landing, that one. It's better to send the fins all the way to the beach. Surfer in yellow now looking for a ramp. Something might be building up on the inside. Looks to take off. So just repeating that announcement there, we will be running the fourth qualifiers for the big airflow after the two 18 and under semi-final heats of the Grom Patrol. Solid set on the horizon with 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Surfer in white on the second section now, well timed. Let's see if he finds a ramp, loading up with speed, just that way, running away from him. It's hard to choose which section to hit. Yellow now having an opportunity, but that one slipping under. One more set here. Let's see if any of our athletes take this opportunity. Blue up and riding. That one looks like it's closing out. There were a couple of opportunities for our surfer in white to take off. We'll be seeing it on the replay soon. Red now on a solid set wave. That first section, he goes for the second section. And just holding his rail. Now white out back. Our surfer is really hunting the lineup for some ramps. It's hard in such a short period of time to be able to identify which section and whether you'll have enough speed for the takeoff. Six. Surfers of semi-final heat 2 for the 18 and under boys. Som Seti in red, Tain Arun in white, Harus Mohideen in yellow, and Raju Pujar in blue. You may check in at the beach marshals area to wear your rash guards. With 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, you will be able to paddle out very soon. So you see our surfer in blue, riding that one, just looking a little bit too soft for a ramp.
Time check. Surfers in the water, you have 5 minutes to go. Requesting the semi-finalists of league number 2 under 18 boys to please paddle out.
As our surfer in red looks for that left-hander ramp, and he throws the fins to the beach again, just missing the finish on that air. Yellow having a look now. Ups out. Four minutes remaining. Small opportunity here for a surfer in white. As he ups in, the section looks very close, but let's see if he can find it. Goes for the bottom turn and just second ramp looking like it's forming up ahead of him. He pushes hard for the takeoff, but unable to stick it.
First call judges to get back to the judges area. The heat is going to start soon.
Requesting all judges to make their way back to the judging booth as the heat will start in the next 3 minutes.
Appu, Dharani, and Sandeep specifically, please.
Requesting specifically Appu, Dharani, and Sandeep.
Requesting the surfers of the next heat, the semi-finals, heat number 2. Surfers from safety in red, sign Arun in white, Haris Boyadin in yellow, and Raju Pujar in blue, to please paddle out.
Just above 2 minutes remaining. Surfer in yellow looks at this one. Looks like there might be a ramp opportunity. Builds speed, pushes the fins out, and lands with control and kicks out really quickly. It is better to show control and ride out for a little bit longer after your land to make sure the judges see you land with control. A minute and 40 seconds to go. Yellow up and riding again, but sorry, yellow having a look, but not going on that one.
Surfers in the water, you have 1 minute to go. Forty seconds to go.
30 seconds.
Hurry up, party, you can go around.
15 seconds to go. 10 seconds. And the countdown starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That is the end of the third qualifier for Big Air Tour. A gentle reminder once again after the semi-finals of the under-18 boys, Heat 2 and Heat 1 will be the fourth qualifier for Big Air Tour. Please stand by.
Please hold.
Servers to please stand by.
And that was the big airflow for you guys, qualifier 3. There will be, each athlete will have an opportunity for 2 qualifying rounds in their top 2.
You can check with the servers, then you can start a count.
Be counted in a leaderboard.
Counting you down in 3, 2, 1.
That marks the start.
That is the start of the semi-finals heat number 2 for under 18 boys. In the water are surfers of Sethi in red, Fine Arun in white, Arus in yellow, and Raju Pujar in blue.
That marks the start. Surfer in yellow taking a look at this opportunity, going straight up into the loop. Just a bit off time for the finish.
Second call going out to the semi-finalists of heat number 1, under 18 boys. Kishore Kumar in red, Harish P in white, Prahlad Sriram in yellow, and Pradeep Pujar in blue. Surfers request you to get ready for your heat. Second call going out to the semi-finalists of heat number 1, under 18 boys. Kishore Kumar in red, Harish P in white, Prahlad Sriram in yellow, and Pradeep Pujar in blue. Surfers request you to get ready for your heat. Second call going out to the semi-finalists of heat number 1, under 18 boys. Kishore Kumar in red, Harish P in white, Prahlad Sriram in yellow, and Pradeep Pujar in blue. Surfers request you to get ready. Time check, 17 minutes and 35 seconds to go. You're watching the Tipi Jabrik's Grom Patrol India. This is the semi-finals and heat number 2 live. Time check, 17 minutes and 35 seconds to go.
We look at this, right? I'm going to charge
You're
my
watching
phone
the
for
Tipi Jabrik's
Also from the west coast. The ocean going a little bit flat at the moment. Conditions quite challenging this morning. Tide is relatively high. As we see a wave building out on the outside, it is in its building phase. As we look at the main peak of that wave is building more towards the north. So this wave might pass wide of our surfers. There's a secondary peak building here in front of the surfers, but there's a weird double up in front of it. So that's why our surfers opt out of that one. And you can see that one split up into 4 different peaks. This one a little cleaner. Surfer in white, up and riding, and going straight up into lip for the first one. Just losing the finish, tweaking it out a little too much on the top. Late takeoff for a surfer in red as he catches up to the section, carves it just underneath the section. Not enough speed to make it out. Blue now having a paddle. Section breaks in front of them. He hits the oncoming section and he's out of there.
Time check, 15 minutes and 53 seconds to go.
Waiting on our last scores. First of white was a 1.33. First of yellow a 0.83. Waiting for some scores from our surfer in blue and red. First of blue a 2.33, taking the lead. In second, white in second, red in third with a 1.10, and yellow in fourth. Yellow, you need a 0.51 to progress. Red, you need 0.24 to progress. White, you need 1.01 to take the lead. The heat is just starting out. Mostly throwaway scores, but the conditions are tough. It's hard to find some scoring opportunity, but we did see some potential in our previous big airflow qualifiers. As we see one showing up right here, our surfer in yellow paddling hard as he takes off deep on the section and goes down. It's all about being in the right place at the right time when it comes to catching waves. The surfer in yellow there just a little bit behind the section where our surfer in white opted in. Now our surfer in red cuts back for the first maneuver, tries to hit the oncoming section and just falls back. We've seen a lot of opportunities missed by our surfer sitting a little bit too deep. If you look at the shape of the white water at the lineup, you'll see that it forms a triangle right beneath the surfer in yellow, which shows us that there is a little deep spot of water right next to the rocks, which is why the waves have been losing some energy right next to the rocks and rather building up a little stronger, a bit further away from the rocks. So, key observations like this are super important in heat preparation. As our surfer in yellow catches up with the section, it builds up, he goes up into the lip, throws it back, and with both his arms behind him, he goes down. Our surfer in white now taking off deep behind the section, making it past the first one. The oncoming section comes forward, he slams that one and rides out with control. That'll be the first really critical maneuver of the heat of the day, potentially. Going critical on that finish, hitting it with all his might. He knew that there was only one maneuver available on that wave, so he gave it his all. Pushed really hard, brought both his arms up. Correct technique to offload the back foot and bring the hips above the board. And looking down to the beach and pointing his hands towards it, aiming for the finish. Surfer in red now carving back the first section as there is a section in front of him. He gains some speed, looks to hit it, and he does. Just the surfing for a surfer in red, a little flatter due to the lack of power in the waves. Still 2 hits, and he'll be happy about the score. Scores coming in for our surfers. First, last of white, a 6.0 for the single maneuver. I repeat, a 6.0 for the single maneuver. White in the lead with a set coming in. Red in second with a 4.33 and a 2.77, needing 3.01 to take the lead. Just take a break as blue paddles into this head wave. Looks like a big section in front of him. He tries to go up into the lip, but that one runs away. Just caught behind that first section. Blue in third with a 2.33, needs 4.77 to progress as we see our surfer in white on the first double up of the wave. It will build up as the wave from behind lends it some power. Here he carves back into the section, drives down the line and hits the finisher. Losing some control at the end. The yellow now up and riding, driving down the line, going up for the lip line, and this time he rides out with control. Another set on the horizon. Looks like the peak is heading on off north, but red still sees an opportunity here, going up for the first carve. Second section appears and he He tags it and comes down. You can see the surfer in red there really pointing his hands down towards the bottom of the wave and looking at the beach
9 minutes
as
and 55 seconds to go.
as a means to ensure their finish. Finishing the maneuver is key to receiving the score for it. Opportunity now showing up for our surfer in blue. There is a section on it, but let's see if he can hit that one. And he goes up, hits it, and comes down. Similar type of maneuver to first of white, just a lot flatter and a lot less energy in the wave. So we'll see where it goes in terms of scores. Last of white at 3.60, extending their lead. Red in second with a 4.33 and a 2.77. Needing 5.28 now to take the lead. Yellow in third with 2 1s. I believe yellow's still waiting for their last score, needing a 5.37 to progress. Blue in fourth with a 2.33 and a 0.4. Still waiting on their last score, needing 4.77 to progress. Lead is still wide open. However, our surfer in white looks to shut it down for the rest of the athletes with 8 minutes and 35 seconds to go. The last of red at 3.23, extending their hold on second position, now needing a 5.28 to take the lead. Last of blue at 3.17. Blue, you are now in third, needing 4.39 to progress. Yellow in fourth, needing 5.83 to progress. Red drifting into this one. Section shows itself, but something goes off on that turn as our surfer in white takes this opportunity, stands up, but blocked by our surfer in blue who had priority. Let's see what happens in this situation as our surfer in yellow now goes up into the lip. A critical looking line as he holds on for the finish. Beautiful lines being drawn there by our surfer in yellow. Really following the lip line through from the top of the wave down to the bottom. White now having a look. Pumping for speed. Trying to hit it hard, but lack of power in the waves sinks his board a bit. 7 minutes and 5 seconds to go. Blue having a look at this one. Nice looking line appearing for blue. Softens out a bit, but the second section looks a bit harder. He misses the first section and goes instead straight for the finish. Finding that lip line finish. Yeah, surfer in blue there, looking for a 4.39. Not sure it'll make it. The quality of the maneuver was slightly better than their 3.17. However, it needs 4.39. It would have been good if he hit the first section and the second. Red having a nice opportunity there, but the section just breaking in front of them. White also slightly out of position, and that one runs away. Very sectiony.
So you have 5 minutes and 54 seconds to go.
Very sectiony wave appearing. Situation in the water. White in the lead, red in second, blue in third, and yellow in fourth. Yellow needs a 5.83 to progress, blue needs 4 to progress, red needs 5.28 to take the lead. Last of blue was a 3.57. Reducing the requirement now being a 4.
Time check, 5 minutes to go.
Surfers of the next heat, you may paddle out. That is Kishore Kumar in red, Harish P in white, Prahlad Sriram in yellow, and Pradeep Pujar in blue. I repeat, surfers of the next heat, you may paddle out. Situation still the same. White in the lead with a 6 and a 3.6. Red in second with a 4.33 and a 3.23, needing 5.28 to take the lead. Blue in third with a 3.57 and a 3.17, needing 4 to progress. Yellow in third with a 1.73 and a 1.27, needing 5.83 to progress.
Time check, 3 minutes to go. Gentle reminder to all the surfers after the semi-finals each one. We will progress with the fourth qualifier of the big air flow.
Opportunity showing for yellow. Looks like a section, so we might also have our surfer in white taking off. White takes this opportunity, waiting for it to stand up. And it does. He hits it and rides out with control. Looking to improve on their backup of a 3.6.
2 minutes to go.
Showing for yellow. Section, so we might also have our surfer in white taking off. White takes this opportunity, waiting for it to stand up. Does, hits it, and rides out with control. Now you can see that wave looked like a nice line, but it had to double up down the line, and that really spoiled everything for that wave. That line just breaking up into two separate flat waves. This one holding a bit of a better line. There are still 2, 3, 7, 4 sections, 5 sections on it, so let's see what they can do with it. It looks like the wave is combining together.
55 seconds to go.
White having a look. One just running a little too fast, all those sections walling out too much. Yellow paddling hard into this one. Yellow up and riding. Carving the first section, looking at the oncoming section as he goes up to hit it and rides out.
30 seconds to go.
Blue now going for some last moment heroics. And that one just thickening out under his feet.
15 seconds to go. Counting down your heat And that brings us to the end of the under 18 boys semi-final heat number 2. Coming up will be the under 18 boys semi-final heat number 1. Surfers, please stand by. Coming up will be the under 18 boys semi-final heat number 1. In the waters are surfers Kishore Kumar in red, Harish P in white, Prahlad Sriram in yellow, and Pradeep Pujar in blue. Please stand by.
Just looking at that first set coming through, positioning for surfers with slightly off. Blue and white and yellow quite deep. Yeah, red a little bit better position, but yeah, a lot of good opportunities really start even further off the tip than red, as you can see in that second section over there. So let's see if some of our athletes can find some position really key to winning in tricky conditions such as this. You can see clearly that triangle, white water right beneath surfer in red. That shows how the sandbank is shaped. You can also see the peak now breaking further down at section 2, creating another triangle. And this wave also, the second section, right after the surfer in red, creating quite a beautiful line to surf. Just wave starts a little bit further than where our surfers are sitting right now. Positioning is a key element to competitive surfing, and it all starts on the beach from a proper analysis of the conditions of the venue, understanding where the waves are breaking, where the waves are, which are the best waves, how often the sets come, and so on. Here again, our surfer in red now identifying that.
Boys, heat number 1. Counting down in 3, 2, 1.
That last wave, kind of identifying that the sets might be breaking a little further out to the north. He is currently in the best position. Also the most experienced surfer, so let's see what he can make out of this. I'm interested to see if some of the other competitors are going to be finding that sweet spot throughout the heat. Surfer in white with the inside position drives and hits that first section with control. That was a super clean maneuver on the first section going up into the lip. Still a bit of frustration seeing the inner surfer in white from being blocked from surfing the rest of the wave, and that's really that second section which breaks a little bit further down the line. Still making good opportunity out of that wave by really using all his momentum to throw it at that section. Red now up and riding, setting up their first turn, going down for the second, going a little bit more vert on the second one. Little bobble on the finish, but he finishes with control, losing the third maneuver.
Ask them for the names, no, the qualifiers.
Red now up and riding, setting up their first turn, going down for the second, going a little bit more vert on the second one. Bobble on the finish, but he finishes with control, losing the third maneuver. Opportunity here for our surfer in yellow, just a little bit behind the peak as our surfer in white now shows up for the opportunity. Looks to set up a carve, but that one fades away. An oncoming section now comes, but the wave a bit thick, and as it loses energy and slips under.
Could you give us the
Opportunity here for our surfer in yellow, just a little bit behind the peak as our surfer in white now shows up for the opportunity. Looks to set up a carve, but that one fades away. An oncoming section now comes, but the wave a bit thick. First of red, 5.83. First of white, 4.33. Red in the lead, white in second. Last of white, 2.67. White now in the lead. Red in second, needing 1.17 to take the lead. Yellow and blue still looking to open their heats.
Only got two names, Zakina, Ruben. Maybe he said he come back to the colors.
You are tuned into Tipi Jabrik's Grom Patrol India, and right now in progress is the under 18 boys semi-finals in number 1. Coming up will be the fourth qualifier with airflow. Requesting the surfers to please check in.
We saw our surfer in white, identifying second section over there. Surfer in red now up and riding up for an air reverse on the first section, just missing the finish. Nice to see some inspiration from the big airflow filtering in through to the Grom Patrol. Last of white, a 4.40 as he extends his lead. Red still in second, needing now a 2.9 to take the lead.
What's he asking? Score.
situation in the water. White in the lead with a 4.4 and a 4.33. Yellow up and riding. Looks like a beautiful air section ahead of him as he hits the first section and rides the foam out. Red in second with a 5.83, needing 2.9 to take the lead. Yellow in third with a 1.23, needing 4.61 to progress. Blue still waiting to open their heat.
Time check, 13 minutes to go.
White and red having a look. Red going left, white going right. Red with the oncoming section hit. White going for two turns and finishing off strong on the finish. Blue now looking to open their right. That one sectioning out in a weird way. Waiting for last of red and last of white.
Names and color.
Sunday will be there.
You sure? She comes.
No, they already said.
This is Sanjay Salvamani.
Ruba.
I've got Ruben.
Ah. Just waiting on scores for that last exchange. We saw our surfer in white catch a really nice long wave on that second section, so really interesting to see that he identified that sweet spot, and it's really been providing. He is the heat leader, even though our surfer in yellow has more experience both in competition and in surfing. Surfer in red finding some interesting opportunities going left as well. White now on top of the rocks, just looking out. Looks like he's riding that one in just as a positioning wave, just a bit lower down the peak. That's our surfer in white who loves to wave his arms up into the sky. We're still waiting on scores for the last exchange. Don't worry, it'll be quite a good score after multiple maneuvers.
Situation at the moment in the lead is white, in second position is red, and in third is yellow. Time check. Surfers in the water, you have 10 minutes to go.
You see, the food is making me hungry.
Yeah.
Check-in call for the qualifier 4 of the big airflow. We'll have Akilan, Ruban, Sanjay Selvamani, and Sivraj Babu. I apologize, I do not know which colors you'll be surfing in, so find that out at the beach marshals. Yellow with a beautiful drawn out carve. That's one of the nicest waves we've seen all day. However, just the one opportunity. Looks like our surfers are figuring the spot out a bit. Yellow also finding the sweet spot. Alright, scores finally in. Last of white a 6.0, last of red an 8.5. We do have a situation change. Red in the lead with an 8.5 and a 5.83. White in second with a 6 and a 4.4, needing 8.34 to take back the lead. Yellow in third, waiting for their last score. And blue in fourth. White up and riding. Looking for the wave to stand up. Going left again, trying to throw the fins to the beach. Blue up and riding, oncoming section. He goes up into the lip and rides out with control. Just hitting it a little under the lip, so that'll be taken into consideration in the score. Last of yellow, a 4.03. Yellow, you need a 6.37 to progress. Situation still red in first, white in second. Yellow in third, blue in fourth. Blue needs 8.13 to progress. Yellow needs 6.37 to progress. White needs 8.34 to take the lead. That last wave from
Time.
red.
Time check, 4 minutes and 56 seconds.
The last wave from red was the first excellent ride of the day, an 8.50. Those two solids off the lips. The first one already going vert, the second one drifting the fins. So even though conditions are challenging, surfers still finding some good opportunities out there.
Coming up will be the big airflow, the fourth qualifier, and the surfers are Akilan, Ruben, Sanjay Selvamani, and Shivraj Babu. Surfers in the water, you have 4 minutes to go.
Red having a look going left on this one as he's just carving it back into the pocket. Yellow now on the finish. As he looks for the oncoming section, goes up into the lip and rides out. That one from red was a two-turn combo. Carved to finish. Now a surfer in white looking to secure his second position, carves the first section, waits for it to build up and goes up into the lip for the finish, riding out with control. Looks like he's stuck onto his board with super glue. It is still a battle for second, but our surfer in red really has secured his first position, especially with that left-hander as a backup with a carve to finish on the oncoming section. You could see that he really had to hold himself back to stop from throwing the fins to the beach. So we're waiting for two scores, one from white, one from yellow.
Time check. 2 minutes to go.
We have a couple of surfers from Mumbai joining us on the beach at the contest.
Situation in the water, still red in the lead, white in second, yellow in third, blue in fourth. Blue needs 7.47 to progress. Yellow needs 6.37 to progress. Still waiting on the last of white and yellow.
So I went up to Mumbai last month, 2 months ago, for competition up there, and I was impressed to see some pretty good conditions in the pre-monsoon as well. It's funny to see that they will be.
Time check. 1 minute to go.
Surfer in blue on a solid looking line as he's setting up his first maneuver, going up above the lip, on the lip for a floater.
So yeah, those surfers from
40 seconds to
all
go.
the way to the East Coast, only to see that they might have even better conditions at their home spot. No, just kidding. We had some great days in the past. Just today a little bit slower.
As our surfer in red, up and riding in the last moments
15
of the
seconds.
heat, throws the fins behind and goes for a backflip.
Counting down your heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Saw some last moment action over there with our surfer in yellow looking for an opportunity to progress, and our surfer in white using some tactics to block him on that wave. Participants of the big airflow making their way into the lineup.
That's with the sound of the buzzer ending the under 18 boys semi-finals. Coming up is big airflow, the fourth qualifier. The surfers are Agilan, Ruben, Sanjay Savamani, and Shivraj Babu. We apologize, we still do not have the colors of the surfers and therefore are not able to give them to you.
A beautiful peeler streaming through the lineup just in between those heats. Missed opportunity for both. Sometimes
Can you recognize these people in the colors? Tell me the colors. Shivraj is in red.
Sivraj red, Sanjay white,
White. Ruben?
Akilan yellow, Ruben blue.
Huh?
Akilan yellow,
Akil in yellow. Ruben?
Ruben blue.
Blue. Sorry, you said. Huh?
When is the big airflow?
Now.
Right now.
Coming up is the fourth qualifier, big airflow, and in the waters are Akilan in yellow, Ruben in blue, Sanjay Savamani in white, and Shivraj Babu in red. Surfers, please stand by for the countdown.
Hayden was requested at the judging booth. Hayden was requested at the judging
Mercy,
booth.
check. Ask Ajish and Akin to come to the judges area urgently.
Who to come? Hayden and
Surfers to please stand by.
Ajish and Akin, please report at the judging booth. Akin, please come to the judging booth. We need you before the start of this heat
Surfers in the water, sorry for the delay. We'll be on hold until we are properly set up for the big airflow, qualifier number 4. In the water, Sivraj Babu in red, Sanjay Selvamani in white, Ruban in blue, and Akilan in yellow. 3 boys from Mahabs and 1 from Covelong.
We started the heat?
In the water, Sivraj Babu, one of our top seeds on the national rankings. Sanjay Selvamani, also a top seed as well as coach. Ruban and Akilan following close behind on the leaderboard with some good finishes in the last events. They've been training on pretty good conditions down in Mahabs for the last few weeks. Let's see what they can do with these challenging conditions here. It is the big airflow and we're seeing some nice peelers and inside runners and double ups with opportunities for airs, as we see our surfer in white, Sanjay Selvamani, eyeing down the section looking for those ramps in preparation for the big airflow, which is about to begin.
You need to set the timer. No? Countdown?
On hold or on countdown? Still on hold.
Good to go. You can start the timer and maintain 30 minutes. Start the countdown and end it. Just give us a heads up when you're starting. Give us a heads up when you're ending.
All right, we are ready to go. Surfers of the qualifier 4 for the big airflow. We'll be starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's hope for some of those opportunities that came in between those two heats to show up now that we've started the heat. Surfer in red, finding an opportunity here. Wall builds up, late takeoff, goes straight for the air. Lands in reverse, just unable to switch around. For those of us that know Sivraj Babu, we know him a lot for his air reverses. Known to land up to 3 of those on one wave. Surfer in yellow, up and riding. Our boy with the high line from Mahabs, projecting out to the beach, and he lands it. Ruban too deep for that one. Sivraj a little too late on the takeoff.
Sriram, come in. what is coming up next? Are we going ahead or is there a change? As in, is there a break?
Goes for the chop hop. And lands. Looking for a second ramp. Goes for the alley-oop chop hop as Sivraj finds a solid looking section here. Sending the straight air, landing a little bit down the face of the wave. That nose and outside rail just catching. Surfer in white now having a look deep on the point, building speed as that section ramp holds up. He projects in front of the foam, looking for another section down the line. Just going to the rail at the end over there as he rides out for the runaround. Mahav's boys are known for their chop hops. Can see especially Ruben doing them daily at the temple point. Sivraj now up and riding, looking for a ramp, but forecast that there will be none on that one. Some solid attempts so far from our surfer in red. We have one landing from our surfer in yellow. Couple of chop hops on one wave from our surfer in blue. And probably some projection from our surfer in white.
Negative.
Surfer in white, deep on the point, that one just flattening out a bit. Not enough speed for projection. As I feel a bit of onshore coming on, blowing onto my face. I hope that doesn't mean much. For airs, it can be good, but for our Grom Patrol, not as much. Yellow now up and riding straight into the barrel. Those waves just shutting down, not giving opportunities for our athletes to gain speed and to project up above the lip. Aerial maneuvers, just like all other maneuvers, must start with a bottom turn and end with riding out in control. Our surfer in red looking for a ramp here. A bit too sectiony as there's an okay looking opportunity here for a surfer in blue as he drives down the line. pushes hard to take off. Surfer in white now getting a chance on the double up. Slight difference in the type of bottom turn you will perform when it comes to airs. You're looking to load up your compression and have a bit of a shallower bottom turn towards the lip, only unloading your compression in projection on the ramp up above the lip and towards the beach. The key then is to keep your hips above the board. Stay in control while you're in the air. Direct the board where you want it to go. Over. I believe the fins did come out on that one, but I can't tell for sure on
For this one, yes, we are right now.
my angle as he has lost his fins, his board. An issue with his leash potentially. Maybe he cut his leash on that last blast of the fins. Flying fins. Still over 20 minutes to go. 21 minutes and 30 seconds. Yellow having a look. Yellow gliding in, high line for speed as a nice ramp shows up. Projects to the beach, lands it safely, but lots of control on the end. We'll see where the judges go with that. Judges are super critical of control on the landing. A beautiful attempt there from our surfer in yellow. Finding a nice inside runner with a steep wall. Surfer in red now up and riding. As the section presents itself. Projects out, but it's just a bit of a sticky ramp. Bit of frustration there from our surfer in yellow. Don't worry, mate, that was a great attempt. Challenging conditions for airs with low period swells and not a lot of power in these waves, but our surfers still finding some ramps.
Time check, 20 minutes to go.
White up and riding now. Looking for a ramp, stalling, stalling, stalling. Goes for the chop hop. Yellow looking for another opportunity. That one draws out a little too far ahead of him. The ramp's also a bit soft. What is a ramp? What is a section? A section is a portion of the wave face which looks like it's going to be breaking a little ahead of the current breaking wave. It's also can be used as a ramp for takeoff. The only requirement needed to be able to take off is lots and lots of speed, for which surfers need a big steep wall in which they can extend off the bottom, working against gravity to make their way to the top of the wave, recharging the gravitational potential energy, which is then unloaded as they make their way down the face of the wave with speed flow and pumps, using the entire available energy of the wave to generate horizontal speed down the line. And then when the ramp Look at this wave, a beautiful line for a surfer in blue. Let's see, he gets a solid wall. Let's see how much speed he can generate, and he goes for the takeoff, lands it, tries for a second, and he goes down. He made 2 ramps out of 1 choice I would question. Looked like he could have also saved up all the energy available on that wave for the last ramp, where he would have been able to take off 10x higher with that much more speed. Instead, taking the safer route to take off on the first section and have a second opportunity for 2 wares on 1 wave. One more opportunity coming through here as that wave bends out a little bit to the ocean. Might keep the wave open, but also a little bit soft. Now a bit of energy. Surfer in white now up and riding, looking for that ramp, but nothing really on offer. He does find a little ramp on the inside and manages to project really quite high for the size of the wave over there. Showing the technical prowess of our surfer in white, national coach Sanjay Selvamani. Now we have our surfer in blue up and riding, finding another ramp as he loads up for the takeoff, projects the fins to the beach and lands that one. Lots of landings on this heat. With 16 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Still plenty of time on the clock for our surfers to fly. It's great to see our surfers from the top rankings in the national series making their way up into the air and also landing on multiple occasions. Surfer in white up and riding now, finding a ramp, and he projects it. Just loses the finish. Yellow now having a look. We saw that attempt on the previous ride. Let's see if he finds another one here. Throws the fins, just landing a bit horizontal. And that outside rail taking him down. So yeah, it's just really nice to see our surfers here. They've been so inspired, so motivated to get into the air in the past years. I remember whenever pro surfers would come down, they would be like, teach us how to do airs, teach us. And today we are seeing the surfers of the big airflow managing to generate speed, find ramps, and project up above the lip and even land.
Time check, 14 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Good inspiration here for the Groms in the Grom Patrol, as they'll be looking in the next couple of years to start ramping up to the big airflow. Something on offer here, but that one just a bit strange.
Coming up after the fourth qualifier of the big airflow will be the under 16 girls finals. Second call going out to Kamali Murthy in red, Jasmine Joshi in white, Damayanti Sriram in yellow, Sanvi G. Hegde in blue. Servers request you to please report to the beach marshal.
That was our surfer there in red there, finding the rhythm on that wave. Finding a ramp, projecting his fins out to the beach, and no reverse, but still getting that air underneath his board. Here our surfer in blue. So nice to see that they check on each other, making sure that they're not paddling in. Goes for the layback.
Time check, 13 minutes to go. The finals will be a 30-minute heat. Thank you for joining us on Liveheats. You are watching the big air flow. Coming up will be the under 16 girls finals, each one, followed by the under 18 boys finals. Stay tuned to watch and catch some fantastic surfing.
Looks like a promising opportunity here for a surfer in white. Goes to yellow. Yellow opts in. Paddling hard to take off. A lot of speed on this first section, and he finds the ramp. Beautiful takeoff, but just not able to land. Hips a little bit off center. Really important to be able to project those hips up above the board for control. Red now looking for that ramp as he projects in front. Just not enough power on that wave. White now getting a good opportunity as he slips into this one. Goes for a couple of pumps. And goes for the takeoff. Landing hard in the flats.
Where is Jasmine from?
She moved to India when she was 2 years old. She's Belgian. Like Indian mix. And yeah, she's been in Orville. Now they live near Orville. She does school online.
Time check, 10 minutes to go.
Look at Liveheats. Sriram, that's the schedule on Liveheats. It's under 18 girls final, under 18 boys final. There's no under 16 boys final. Something's up with Liveheats. Oh no! You have under 16 boys final first.
Surfers, please note there is a change. Coming up will be the under 16 boys final, each one.
What? Repeat.
Announcing the under 16 boys finals. Sorry, girls. Requesting surfers Harish P, Prahlad Sriram, Sheikh Dawood, and Som Sethi to please check in at the beach marshal. is the under 16 boys final, heat 1. Harish P in red, Teddy in blue. 50 seconds remaining.
Just the final seconds of this event. It's quite nice to have seen so many attempts, multiple landings. As a little opportunity shows itself here for a surfer in red, driving down the line, throwing his fins to the beach with 20 seconds remaining.
20 seconds to go. 15 seconds. Counting down in 2 minutes. Counting down the heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
As our surfer in blue goes for a chop up. Trademark of the Mahabs boys, Ruban. As we're going into the finals for the 16 and under boys. Still not started the heat. We'll stand by for the start. In the water, all boys from the East Coast. Harish from Mahabs, Pralad, Sheikh and Som, all from Kovelong. These athletes have battled it out the last couple of days in differing conditions and showed consistently that they can come out on top with strong rides. It's not all about the strength of surfing, it's also down to the tactics, the wave reading, the ocean reading. Just still waiting for the start of the heat.
Counting down the under 16. Counting down the under 16 boys finals in 3, 2, 1.
And that's it, what we've been building up to all weekend. The finals for our 16 and under Groms. Harish P in red, Pralad Sriram in white, Sheikh Dawood in yellow, and Somseti in blue. Strong surfing from all of our competitors. As we can see, a little bit of tactical differences. Here, our surfer in red going directly to the second peak, the sweet spot. Let's see if we find some good ones down there. Surfer in white still stuck to the outside. Surfer in blue at the main point. Yeah. Together with our surfer in yellow. You can see the shapes of the white water on the sandbank, really showing us where the sand is placed underwater. Really one of the key ways in terms of how you can understand the bottom contour. Bottom contour is one of the most important things when it comes to how a wave breaks. It's not the only thing though. The shape of the wave as it approaches also a very important factor. Very important to scan waves as they enter the lineup.
Requesting the zone please over.
Surfer in yellow taking off in front of the rocks, setting up their first rail. Setting up again now, cutting back to the end. Surfer in white also taking off out back. Driving down the line, finding some height for speed. Section stands up. They just flow with it and they go down. Surfer in yellow going for the runaround. White and yellow opening their heats early. Strategic decisions. As our surfers in red and blue wait for some quality opportunities out back.
Confirming the next series for the girls.
Looks like there's one coming in. Blue looks to take off out back, but red is in a better spot for this one. That one also runs away. This wave was drawn out across the sandbank. Closing out, not giving our surfers much opportunity to score. Opportunity showing up for our surfers at the peak. Blue ups in, taking off at the peak. Section appearing in front of him. Goes up to hit the lip, just hips off centered, and he goes down. Yes, Sheikh Dawood, situation in the water. Yellow in the lead with a 4.0, white in second with 1.33, needing 2.68 to take the lead. Red in third with 0.77, needing 3.24 to progress.
Time check, 20 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
Yellow sliding into this one, setting up their first bottom turn, drawing out that carve, just a bit too much pressure on the front foot as he digs that outside rail.
First second call going out to the under 18 girls finalists. Ali Murphy in red, Jasmine Joshi in white, Kanyati Sriram in yellow, and Samiji Hegde in blue.
Now when it comes to top turns, key importance in body mechanics is to extend the front leg, shift the hips to the back, drive them off center to engage the rail, and surfer in yellow on the last one, just really putting too much pressure on the front foot, not able to get into the right position for the top turn. That is why his outside rail dug. Surfing only has very few set of movements, actually, basic movements that are involved in all maneuvers. That is compression and extension. When you get low on the board or when you push your legs out to extend them. Then there is rotation when you turn from your hips and your torso. And rotation. And finally there's leaning, where you shift your hips either forward or backward or inside and outside of the rail. Those three basic motions are the foundation of all maneuvers in surfing. What is a maneuver? A maneuver is something that starts with a bottom turn. A bottom turn is a turn off the bottom of the wave that allows you to project up the face of the wave. A maneuver is done on the face or on the lip of the wave, the reason being that there's more power at the top of the wave. That's the critical section. As we see our surfer there going into the lip, just lacking that speed to be able to ride out. Speed is the currency in surfing. If you're not able to generate speed, you don't have enough to spend on your maneuvers, and you will come short.
Time check, 18 minutes to go.
A wave is energy traveling through the ocean, and the energy increases as you go up the face of the wave until the point where it breaks. The bottom of the wave, where the wave is flat, there is no energy, just like flat ocean. That is why to generate speed, you really need to find that high line, spots with more energy. As our surfer in blue, generating some speed down the line, projecting off the lip to get even more speed. White now having a look on the right, almost looked like a left. Yeah, so our surfer there in blue was generating a bit of speed down the midline, so he was pumping down the midline, but what is even better in terms of speed generation is really making it all the way to the top of the wave and then flowing down. What you do by doing that is you harness even more energy off the wave, as there's all the gravitational potential energy from being higher up that can unload as you move down the wave, and that speed that can be used to compress at the bottom of the wave and extend out using your biomechanical energy to then project back up the face of the wave. It's really an exchange between the gravitational energy and the biomechanic energy in your legs and body. Surfer in yellow up and riding. Surfer in red also looking at this one. Surfer in yellow throws out his fins. Red hits the lip for the first one, carves back for the second maneuver, and looks to finish on the oncoming section. Conditions are cleaning up. Look at this peeler come through. An opportunity for our surfer in white as he's a little bit too deep on the takeoff, and that one slips unridden. Conditions are really cleaning up. It's this midday magic here in Covelong. Wind still offshore. We had a moment of onshore there, but it turned back. Cloudy days such as these are really forecast good winds. They kind of still the winds and give us these kind of glassy conditions.
15 minutes to go.
Yo, up and riding off the bottom into the lip. Just not quite enough speed. So why didn't he get speed? Because he went straight to the bottom of the wave. The bottom of the wave being the portion where there's a bit less energy. If you would have started with a high line pump, then gone down for the bottom turn, that's when you can generate speed. So bottom turns are really only successful if you have enough speed generated from the top of the wave as you come down, then turn off the bottom, which is the portion which doesn't have any energy. White driving down the line, setting the rail on the line, looking for the oncoming section, and goes for the double rebound. Situation in the water. Red in the lead with a 5.67 and a 0.77. Yellow in second with a 4.0 and a 1.33. Red now on the wave. carves the first one back, engaging his reel from nose to tail. As he looks at the oncoming section to shut this one down, he just cuts it back and rides out. 13 minutes and 30 seconds to go. In second position, yellow with a 4 and a 1.33, needing 2.45 to take the lead. In blue in third with a 3.0 and a 1.27, needing 3.45 to take the lead. A white in fourth with a 1.33 and a 0.9, needing 5.12 to take the lead. All of our contestants in the water are fighting for first position, as this is the finals of 16 and under boys.
And coming up will be under 18 girls finals. Finalists battling for the title will be Kamali Murthy in red, Jasmine Joshi in white, Damyanti Sriram in yellow, and Sanvi G. Hector in blue. So for the water, you have 12 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
Surfer in yellow taking off on a beautiful looking line as the lineup cleans up for this midday magic. Just the one carve as the beginning of that wave was racing down the line. White now having a look. Bit of a soft section at the start. Arms waving, asking for situation update. There are 12 minutes on the clock. Situation is red in the lead. Yellow in second, white in third with a 3.93 and a 1.33. Blue in fourth with a 3 and a 1.27. Blue, you need 9.5 to take the lead. White, you need 8.57 to take the lead. Yellow, you need 8.5 to take the lead. And the reason all those requirements are so high is because a surfer in red scored a 6.83 on their last wave. So red in the lead with a 6.83 and a 5.67. Surfer in blue having a look at this one. Looks like a beautiful peak. That one draws quite quick down the line as he's able to get up into the lip for the maneuver. Just a single maneuver on that one. I just still getting the batteries. I don't think we'll be done yet. It's not for walkie-talkie, it's for mic. Situation update. Red in the lead, blue now in second with a 3 and a 2.77. Yellow in third with a 4 and a 1.53. White in fourth with a 3.93 and a 1.33. White, you need 8.57 to take the lead. Yellow, you need 8.5 to take the lead. Blue, you need 9.5 to take the lead.
Time check. 9 minutes and 55 seconds to go.
White up and riding on a beautiful looking ride. Pushes hard on the tail for the first snap. Second one, a bit of a check turn as he looks at the oncoming section to finish strong. Some smooth lines from our surfer in white. Let's see where the judges go with that. White currently sitting in fourth, but sitting on a 3.93. Situation update. We have a lot of shuffling going on here as our surfer in yellow now takes second position. Their last wave coming in at a 2.43. Yellow now needs an 8.5 to take the lead. Blue in third with a 3 and a 2.77, needing 9.5 to take the lead. And yellow in fourth, needing 8.57.
Batteries for the mic, I believe. Call us.
Sorry, come again?
Have both the mics with you?
Yes.
Mic batteries are going down?
Yeah, my battery is almost dead. Harish pushing out the tail on that one. In the foam section. 8 minutes and 30 seconds to go. In this beautiful final of the 16 and under boys, as the conditions really clean up for the finals. Glad we waited this long for the finals as the conditions are really cleaning up. Clouds are there to ensure that the winds will stay either glassy or offshore. Surfer in yellow up and riding. Sets the rail for the first one. Maintaining good position on the top turn. Let's see what they can do on the inside going into the double up as our surfer in blue takes off out back. Driving down the line, hits the first section on the lip. Now looking for the second maneuver a bit under the lip as he hits the oncoming section and rides out with control. You'd be happy with that one. Our surfer in blue currently sitting in 4th position with a 3 and a 2.77. But we'll see a situation change after that ride as we see a beautiful peeler coming through the lineup right here. Our surfer in red having a look, heat leader. Going for the high line to generate speed. Getting past the first section and that one just shuts down. Situation in the water, red in the lead, white in second with a 5.0 and a 3.93. Last of white, a 5.0 from that flowing wave. Sorry? Paddle battle going on between blue and red, looks like. Our surfer in blue has taken the lead with long arms. Last of white was a 5.0, bumping him up into 2nd position. Now white, you need a 7.5 to take the lead. Slowly biting away at those requirements. 6 minutes and 25 seconds to go, 20 seconds to go. Yellow in 3rd with a 4 and a 2.43, needing 8.5 to take the lead. Waiting on last of blue, currently sitting on a 3 and a 2.77, needing 9.5 to take the lead, but blue did have a solid scoring wave, so we're waiting on that score as he ups out of that one there. All of our surfers have got on to the sweet spot, slightly north of the rocks, where the peak really provides better waves. This one looks quite a bit like a closeout, but our surfer in red still interested. Our surfer in yellow takes off on the inside. Our surfer in yellow, pumping, looking for the oncoming section, riding out with control. Red on section number 2, drifts into that one. Big cut back to start. Let's see what he can do on the second portion. Carves it again. Just the 2 carves. Situation, we're still waiting on your last wave. Surfer in blue.
Time check, 4 minutes and 58 seconds to go. Requesting the finalists of the under 18 girls. Kamli Murthy in red, Jasmine Joshi in white, Damayanti Sriram in yellow, and Samviji Hegde in blue to please paddle out. Wishing you all the very best.
Last of blue, a 7.17. Last of blue, a 7.17. Blue, you are now in 2nd position, needing a 5.33 to take the lead. White in 3rd position with a 5 and a 3.93, needs 7.5 to take the lead. And yellow in 4th needs, with a 4.03 and a 4.0, needs 8.47 to take the lead. Yellow having a look at this opportunity. Drifting in. Check turn high line, looking at the oncoming section to smack that one as he pushes it a bit too far ahead of the section. Blue now looking for a backup score as the wave appears out back. Conditions really are cleaning up. That one a bit too sectiony. entering the back end of the heat is really when our surfers need to get a bit more selective with the waves they're looking for. Our surfer in blue is looking to improve on their backup of a 3.0. That means any wave that gives a scoring potential under 3.0 or around 3.0 really doesn't make any sense to go for. He's looking for 5.33, so really needs a wave that will provide him the opportunity to perform at least 2 maneuvers or 1 extremely critical maneuver. We saw a 717. The 717 was from 2 strong maneuvers in the lip, followed by, with 1 check turn in the middle. So if he gets 1 average maneuver plus 1 really good maneuver, he could definitely get that 5.33. Let's see what happens. With still 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go, it's a fight for first now. Surfer in red. Sorry, repeat? Surfers of the next heat, make sure you paddle down south as quickly as possible to vacate the primary takeoff zone. It's been an exciting heat so far. The heat still is open.
Starts immediately after the
2 minutes to go.
18 finals of the boys.
Let me know who's in there. Situation: red still in the lead with a 6.83 and a 5.67. Blue in second with a 7.17 and a 3.0. Just needs 5.33 to take the lead. It's close for the battle between red and blue for first position. White in third with a 5 and a 3.93. 2 pretty good scores, but still needs a 7.5 to go all the way up into first. Yellow in fourth with 2 fours, needing 8.47 to take the lead. 1 minute and 5 seconds to go.
Forty seconds to go.
40 seconds to go in the finals for the 16 and under boys. Let's see if some last minute tactics come into play. Our surfer in blue now on this opportunity, but it looks a little bit soft. Let's see if the inside gives him an opportunity to hit.
20 seconds to go.
He is looking for a 5.33. Hard to get on that quality of wave, but he'll still be happy with the waves he's caught. And the position he has.
Liveheats in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that brings us to the end of the finals
The badminton
of the under 16 boys. Coming up will be the under 18 girls finals in the water of finalists. Only will be in red, Jocelyn Joshi in white, Danielle Free Round in yellow, and Sunny G. Hector in blue. Sheikh, please do not catch any waves at the end of your heat.
Stand by for the start of your finals, girls. This is the 18 and under girls finals in the water. Kamali Murthy, Jasmine Joshi, Damayanti Sriram, and Sanvi Hegde. Conditions have really cleaned up for this heat.
And counting down the finals in 3, 2, 1.
As we see our surfer in red, Harish P, from the previous finals being chaired at the beach marshals area for his win. Alongside that, Som Seti in blue, runner-up, walking down the beach. Scoring the highest scoring ride of the heat, a 7.17. With 2 solid turns up in the lip. Still, he was looking for the win. Surfer in blue having a look at this peak, drifting into the wave. Just getting a little bit stuck on that double. Plenty of time on the clock. Strategic decision to catch waves early and build on scores. Joshi in white. Just a heat opener for her.
Time 10, 20 minutes to go. We have a score of 6. White, your opening right is a 2. Blue, your opening right is a 2.5.
Very, very hurry. Very, very good.
வேற ஆளுக்கு இது சாஃப்ட்
To the finalists of under 18 boys, Kishore Kumar in red, Kai Arun in white, Harish P in yellow, and Som Seki in blue.
with 3.33 and 2. In second is blue with 3.17 and 2.5. In the lead is red with 5.83. 18 minutes and 12 seconds to go.
As the surfer in white enters this wave, setting a board on the rail,
Is it live? Is it live? Is it live?
jumping out of that one. yellow. Jasmine Joshi, our current heat leader, is from Pondicherry, Orville.
No, Sriyan.
Serving
That's
the
his name.
flags of
What is that?
Asian
Sriyan.
Surf School. Kamli Murthy from Mahabalipuram.
I call Sriyan also. I don't know Sriyan.
Sister of RHP, winner of
Why is
the
that?
1600
There was a
groms.
typo and he typed it down.
Situation is still the same. White in the lead,
And
red in second, blue in third, yellow in fourth. Yellow, I repeat, yellow in fourth. Yellow, you need a 6.06 to take the lead. Blue, you need 4.49 to take the lead. Red, you need 1.83 to take the lead. Right now, up and riding section appears in front of her. She goes up into the lip and just goes down on that one. 13 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Still waiting on the scores for last two waves of red. Last of red of 4.57. Red reclaims the lead. White now in second, needing 6.07 to take back the lead. Blue in third needs 7.23 to take the lead. Yellow in fourth needs 8.1 to take the lead. As we'll see, waiting for scores also for the last of white. Set clearing on the bank, but it looks like it closes out the top of our girls. As Damyati Shriram takes the opportunity for a critical foam ride. Showing us the quality of her surf stance and how she can control that ride all the way into the shore and even take direction.
Time check. 12 minutes to go.
Ooh, having a look, red ups in, red ups out. Last of white at 2.60 doesn't factor in. Last of red at 2.93 doesn't factor in.
Thank you for joining us. This is the Tipi Jabrik's Grom Patrol India, and you are right now watching the Under 18 Girls Finals. Coming up will be the Under 18 Boys Finals, and battling for the title will be Kishore Kumar in red, Tayan Arun in white, Harish P in yellow, and Som Sethi in blue. Time check, 11 minutes to go. Minutes to go.
Last score of red, an 8.67. All of our athletes are now in combination situation, needing two fresh scores to take the lead. It's a battle for second. Surfer in white in second position, needed with a 4.33 and a 3.33. Surfer in
Blue in third with a 3.17 and a 3.03. Surfer in yellow in fourth with a 2.3 and a 1.93. White now up and riding, going up high, gauging the rail, but that double up just messes things up. For white really going for a lot of opportunities is that one, just closes out a little too fast. Down one yellow on the inside, chasing 14.51 on this foam ride. Surfer in blue, taking off at the peak, a beautiful looking line, and she goes down.
Time check.
Red on the inside, on the center.
5 seconds to go.
White on this peak. Beautiful takeoff, driving down the line. High line, she sets the rail and goes for a nose ride.
Percy, come in.
Go ahead.
as we see her on this wave, waiting for it to rebuild, as it does on the inside, and there's an oncoming section. She hits it hard, lays back, and looks for the finish. Last of red at 6.5, further extending the lead.
Time check, 1 minute and 35 seconds to go.
Damayanti Sriram on the inside, on a left-hander. She goes straight. White up and riding, and she needs to get out of there super fast to avoid surfer in blue.
1 minute to go.
Be careful out there, contestants. It is a game after all. We do not want any injuries.
40 seconds to go. Twenty-five seconds to go. Counting down the heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
As our surfer in white drives down the line, grabs the rail for a down carve, engages it again for the second over, and rides out with control. Happy with the result. She comes into the beach.
That brings us to the end of the finals of the under-18 girls. Coming up will be the under-18 finals. Boys, in the waters are surfers Kishore Kumar in red, Thayan Arun in white, Harish P in yellow, and Som Sethi in blue. Following which will be the finals for the big air flow. Requesting surfers UV in red, Shrikant in white, Akilan in yellow, and Fun Ruben in blue. Please report to the police marshal.
There's a 10-weight limit. 10-weight limit. I don't know. Last of white at 4.93. White secures her position in second. The winner of the 18 and under girls is Kamali Murthy with an 8.67 and a 6.5. In second, Jasmine Joshi with a 4.93 and a 4.33. In third, Sanvi Hegde with a 3.17 and a 3.03. And in fourth, Damayanti Sriram with 2.30 and 1.93. Standby surfers of the 18 and under finals, the finals of the day. For the Grom Patrol, we have Kishore Kumar in red, Thayan Arun in white, Harish P in yellow, and Som Sethi in blue. Stand by for the start of your heat. Coming up after this finals will be the finals of the big air flow. Conditions cleaned up, let's see. The wind stays still. Throughout this finals, throughout the big air flow, lots of action to come. With the top athletes of the 18 and under boys. All four of these boys have a chance to win a spot to compete in Bali.
go for the
Tipi
finals.
Jabrik Grom Patrol as we will be underway.
Counting down the finals.
Good to go.
Counting down the finals of the boys in 3, 2, 1.
All right, let's just give you a bit of update on the facts in this event. Kishore Kumar is the reigning champion for the 18 and under boys. Coming up behind him with hot steam ahead is Harish P, our surfer from Mahabalipuram, only 14 years of age. Kishore Kumar, 18 years of age. This will be the last year he'll be competing in the under 18 category. Som Seti and Tain Arun also in the 17 and 18 range, so also the last year for them. While Som Seti, still maybe a year or two left. I believe he's around 16. All four boys frequently train together in the national team, all of them members of the national team. As we see our surfer in yellow off on the inside for a quick start, he fades the takeoff and builds speed for the oncoming section, carving to start, looking to finish, goes vert, but not enough speed to make it back into the wave. Showing very different tactical approaches here as we see our more mature athletes, Tain Arun and Kishore Kumar, deep on the peak on the inside, having identified that some of the waves do follow through, do connect all the way from there, looking for more opportunities to score, whereas our surfer in yellow choosing to wait on that second peak, having identified some good scoring potential over there, also deciding probably to build on scores, starting small, building high. That is one of the best strategies to take in a competitive event, is to start your heat early and build momentum as you go through. Solid wave approaching. Kishore Kumar usually likes to wait for solid waves as he's super confident in his surfing. As our surfer in red takes off all the way up the peak, driving down the line, sets up his first turn, carving the first section in between sections as he waits it to build up, going vert. And surfer in yellow finishes it off for him on the last section, just incomplete on the finish. So far we have our surfers in red and yellow taking action fast. Surfer in white now looking at this opportunity, surfer in blue looking at it down the line. Surfer in white up and riding, gives the opportunity to blue. Blue now up and riding. Bottom turn, drives it in the pocket, looking to regain speed and hit the oncoming section, and he does. Strong first maneuver for our surfer in blue, however he went a little bit too early for that second maneuver, losing a lot of speed on there. It is really important. The currency in surfing is speed, so making sure to have enough speed before you perform a maneuver is critical for the strength power criticality and the score you will receive for that maneuver. Scores coming through. Situation in the water, red in the lead with a 6.5, blue in second with a 4.0, yellow in third with a 1.5 and a 1.0. White still looking to open their heat.
Coming up will be the big airflow finals, and surfers, your kind attention, your heat will be for 40 minutes. Check and call going out to UV in red, Srikanth in white, Agilan in yellow, and Fun Ruben in blue.
Here's our little man in yellow picking up on the second peak. Yellow on the second peak, waiting for this one to build up, generating speed down the line. Snapping the first one, looking at the oncoming section, loading up, carving it back. And he's out of there. The advantage of being a little surfer is you can do as much on a smaller wave. Blue now up and riding, trying to get ahead of the section, and he does. Now setting up the first carve. Let's see what remains on this wave. It kind of runs out of energy. 20 minutes to go. The surfers will be very grateful for those extra 5 minutes. It is a big advantage to be able to hit the 20-minute mark with already a couple of waves ridden. Still so much time on the clock. As we can see, a lot more patience from our surfers in red and white. Red only catching one wave, white catching none so far, waiting to open their ride. Whereas our surfers in blue and yellow, the younger surfers trying to get a bit more active, trying to build a bit more momentum in the starting minutes of the heat. Surfer in yellow really capitalizing on that second peak, staying away from the first, where the older sharks wait, holding priority for the bigger sets. My question will be whether at some point our surfer in yellow does make it all the way up to the point and hold priority. Usually the tactics used are to start your wave early with a couple of scores, and as soon as that's done, to wait out back for some more quality in the waves. Better quality on the wave, the more the scoring potential. You could pretty much score every wave for the potential it has in terms of score. Surfers usually end up surfing it to its potential. Sometimes they can surf it up if they do something really critical. Now surfer in red. This one just a little bit soft with a couple of bumps on it. And he's out of there. Surfer in blue opts into this one. Surfer giving way to surfer in yellow as he drives down the line with a lot of speed. Let's see what he can do. Floats it and he's goes down.
First additional. Okay.
Surfer in yellow showing a little bit of frustration as that second peak hasn't worked out just as well as he would have liked it to work out. The first couple of weeks just a little bit soft. Situation in the water. Red in the lead with a 6.5. Blue in second with a 4 and a 2.1. Yellow in third with a 2.17 and a 1.5. White still waiting to open their heat. Last of red a 0.83. Throwaway score. We're waiting for last of yellow, I believe.
Time check, 17 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
And I think our surfer in yellow will now realize that that second peak probably didn't have the kind of potential he was looking for, the kind of potential he had in his semifinals. It was a very smart decision, but in the semifinals, but the conditions have changed. They've cleaned up a lot more. This one looks tempting on the outside, but it has a long line and will drive really fast. Both of our surfers opting into this one. Yellow up and riding, looking for the oncoming section, pushes hard and rides out with success. Surfer in red, you can see those tactics he used earlier in the big airflow in the under 16s finals. Sorry, under 18 semifinals, and now again in the under 18 finals. Looking at those lefts over there, he knows what potential there is, and he knows how much he can get out of an air reverse. He's also landed 2 in, or at least 1 in the big airflow, so he's definitely in rhythm for that. Surfer in white taking off behind the peak here. That one crumbles, he goes vert, hits it hard, but not enough speed to come back down. Surfer in white, sometimes he really hits the mark strong, really strong maneuver, a lot of power. But a lot of the time there's a lot of speed lost on those top turns. A little bit maybe heavy on the back foot, sinking his board, not able to really maintain that speed and power throughout the maneuver. So really looking for him to find his rhythm. quite a bit of action. Still plenty of time to go. 15 minutes. 15 minutes on the clock. Situation in the water. Still red in the lead with a 6.5 and 2 throwaway scores. Blue in second with a 4 and a 2-1. Yellow in third with a 2.83 and a 2.17. White in fourth with a 1.33. As we see our surfers in yellow and white having a look at this one. Looks like a nice wall. He drives down the line for speed, floats the first section and comes down with success. A peeler out the back for our surfer in red, who's been waiting with priority for a while now, setting up his first proper turn, going vert. Carving the second and third, pushing hard on the tail for that one. Nice combo there for a surfer in red, starting with a vertical snap, followed up by a carve, and a third even more powerful carve. So definitely going to be improving the situation as surfer in white now driving down, looking for a ramp, I believe. That one just not giving much opportunity. He does finish a maneuver at the end, but not quite the score and opportunity he was looking for. This now is really the moment for our surfer in yellow to make his way all the way back to the point and wait for quality waves, as there's only one person above him in priority. So let's see what happens. Situation in the water. Red in the lead, blue in second, yellow in third, white in fourth. Last of yellow, 2.40. Yellow sitting on a 2.83 and a 2.40, needs 4.51 to take the lead. Still waiting on red's backup. Surfer in blue in second position, needing 3.34 to take the lead. Surfer in white in fourth with a 2.33 and a 1.33, needs 5.01 to take the lead, but we're still waiting on last of red.
Thank you very much for joining in, and you are on Liveheats watching the Tipi Jabrik Grom Patrol India, presented by Arun Vasu, supported by TT Group, Arun Vasu Foundation, and Surf Club. A special mention and thanks to the Bangalore Surf Club for hosting the first club. Ladies and gentlemen, you are right now watching the under 18 boys finals. Coming up will be the finals of the big air flow.
Surfer in blue using priority on this one. Arriving down the line, setting his rail, drawn out carve to start, looks for the finish, and he goes for it. Now our surfer in yellow, up and riding on this one, sneaks into the wave, gets past the first section, losing a bit of speed. Let's see what he can do on the back end of this wave. Hitting the last one just a little bit off rhythm with that wave. It was a beautiful wave, but not able to get in rhythm with the sections. Every wave has its own rhythm in terms of when the sections break. And that one, our surfer in yellow taking off at the end of the first section in such a way that he didn't have enough time to load up to hit the second section, therefore had to pass around it. By the time he got around, he lost all his speed and wasn't able to have that currency, that speed, which is required for those maneuvers. Coming out of that, he simply used the third section to generate speed, meaning that he couldn't perform a maneuver on it. And then it went into a double up section, which didn't have as much scoring potential as the back end of that wave.
Time check, 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
Chillin'.
10 minutes. Situation at the moment in fourth is white, in third is yellow, in second position is blue, and in the lead is red. Surfers, you have 10 minutes to go.
Saw lots of really good surfing from our surfer in blue in the previous heats. So I'm waiting to see if he can break the combination situation and make it ahead of our surfer in red. A very tough challenge as our surfer in red is not only the top contender, the defending champion of the Grom Patrols, but also the top seeded national athlete of India. He will be representing India in the Asian Games in Japan in September this year. So stay tuned for that as we see him taking off on this one. And the surfer in red, just stalling, looking for a ramp. And here he goes! Huge takeoff, huge punt, landing a little bit in the flats, maybe a bit too much projection towards the beach. Bit of an overextension on the landing. Super important to keep those hips nice and close to the surfboards to be able to ride out with control. Previous wave of red comes in at an 8.33. And that puts all of our other surfers in combination situation looking for 15.34. That is why we saw our surfer in red going for the punt, because he has secured and pretty much shut down the heat. As our surfer in white goes for the oncoming section, surfer in blue now having a chance with a peeling wave, going straight up for the first snap. And again, a little bit off time down the second maneuver. Yellow now having a look, generating some speed, carving back, losing his footing. As we have another little paddle battle, but I believe our surfer in blue has made it ahead. So interesting to note on that one, our surfer in blue often goes really early for those first maneuvers and is lacking a little bit of speed. As you can see, when he came down from that first maneuver, he really didn't have much of that currency. Red now looking, driving down the speed. Line, draws out a big carve, sets it up for the second maneuver, goes vert, throws the fins, and he goes down. Saw some beautiful speed lines from our surfer in red over there, going really high on the wave in the critical section as the wall steepened out, and that is how you get speed, my friends. He could have had a good section. I think he was looking for the punt again, but not able to find the section, instead putting all that energy into a beautiful big deep
Time
carve.
check, 7 minutes to go.
Just that second maneuver over there, getting a bit too greedy.
Situation at the moment.
Situation in the water. Red in the lead with an 8.83 and a 6.5. Blue in second with a 3.4 and a 3.6. White in third with a 3.17 and a 2.33. And yellow in fourth with a 2.83 and a 2.4. All of our athletes are in a combination situation looking for 15.34 to take the lead with 6 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Our surfer in red has a look at peak number 2. As that one doubles up, he's going for the left-hander, looking for the punt. He throws his fins to the beach, but just not enough projection as that section came at him a little bit too fast. It is a battle for second. Currently blue in second, followed closely by white with a 3.17 and a 2.33, followed by yellow. having a look on this one, angling the takeoff, going for the high line to generate some speed, setting up the first turn. Powerful carve to start. Let's see what happens on the back end of this one as the section steepens out and he goes for a lip line finish.
Time check, 4 minutes and 55 seconds to go.
Yellow now up and riding, carving the first maneuver as the wave stands up. Second carve. Looking now at the second section building up. And he hits the oncoming section. Riding out with control. Just a little rebound on the oncoming section over there as there looks to be a beautiful line out in the lineup. Surfer in red, taking off behind the section. Surfer in blue, using priority, driving down the line, generating speed this time, and kicking out of there.
Requesting the surfers of the big airflow to please paddle out. UV in red, Shrikant in white, Akilan in yellow, and Fun Ruben in blue.
As our surfer in red didn't make it into the finals for the big airflow, I guess he's using the back end of this heat as his big air show. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
The surfing is really
A balance of risk. Surfers will start not taking too much risk, making sure to build some scores, build some momentum. Once they have their keepers, they can turn towards risk, going for progressive maneuvers such as the big air reverse attempt from our surfer in red, the current heat leader. In second, still blue with a 4 and a 3-6, 3-8, 3-6?
3-6.
3-6. In second, white. In fourth, yellow. Yellow now having a look on an insider. Carving the first maneuver.
Time check, 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
White swinging the board around and blue using priority on it. We see some strategic tactics. Blue pushing hard on the fins and riding out with control. White now taking the opportunity for the second set. Wave goes up third. Just losing a bit of speed on that one. Not much time left on the clock. Surfer in red has officially shut down the competition, putting all the others in combination. Our surfer in blue is fighting to hold on strong for second position, and it does look like they could even have the chance of improving their situation with that last single maneuver.
1 minute and 30 seconds to go.
Second position as white looks to overtake them and clinch second. Yellow's given a free ride.
1 minute to go.
For any of the opportunities. The closing minutes of a heat are always about securing your spot. Surfer in red, however, can lay back and relax as
40 seconds.
all other competitors in a combination situation. He's just looking for a couple of waves to have some fun. Blue's attention is on white.
25 seconds to go.
Some freedom in the lineup. Let's see if there's any opportunities. White having a look. White having a look. Blue lets him go. Carves the first section. Right out
Counting
back.
down your heat in 5, 4,
Throwing
3,
the fins out
2,
for the fin master
1.
Rivers. There are some free surfers down the line. Free surfers, make sure to stay clear of the competition area.
That brings us to the end of the finals of the Tipi Jabrik Grom Patrol.
India presented by Arun Vasu, supported by TT Group Arun Vasu Foundation, Surf Turf. Coming up will be the big airflow finals. In the waters are surfers Yuni in red, Shrikant in white, Akilan in yellow, and Fun Rupin in blue. Have 40-minute heat. I'll start it and then come. How's family? How are the kids? big shout out and thank you to TT Group, to Arun Vasu Foundation, and to Surf for supporting this competition, and thank you.
Can I get all the judges to help clean up the judging booth? We don't need the judges to come. We don't need the judges to come. We need the connection.
Surfer in yellow now, going for an air, throwing the fins up. Just missing the landing. Back foot coming unstuck. That's that vital compression we need. Bringing the hips over our surfboard, nice and close to the board. Make sure you stay in control, even in the air. That one doubles up. Still 34 minutes and a half to go. Lucky surfers in the water get a free lineup all to themselves for doing only airs. What a luxury. This is what competitive surfing is all about, giving our athletes opportunities to have a great time out in the water. Would be nice if the ocean could wake up a little and give us some more opportunities. It is that midday break. Lunch is going for a little bit late. Usually have a bit of a lull throughout the middle of the day. Hopefully it doesn't last too long and gives our surfers opportunities to launch. Punts. Punts are another word for airs. You see a little opportunity here. A little bit of an inside runner with some speed on it, but and a ramp, but none of our surfers opting in. Don't necessarily need the biggest wave corner, we just need one that has the right amount of energy in the right way with a ramp to launch. See a peak all the way down the point building. Might still be some opportunities for lefts, but I'm not sure there's any goofies in this heat. Blue's having a look on this one. Blue up and riding, driving down the line. Looks for some projection. Just hitting the lip a little late as it takes him down. I guess you guys might be wondering a little how airs are scored. Airs, like all other maneuvers, must start with a bottom turn, and then with riding out with control. Looks like we have a solid opportunity here. I'll come back to scoring after this. Surfer in white up and riding behind the peak, just a little too deep as our surfer in yellow. And then blue takes the opportunity. Wasted opportunity there. Surfer in white, really questionable choice in terms of positioning. At that point there, we've seen all competition long can be a little bit soft in front of the rocks. Rocks tend to dig some sand out around them, making it deeper water. Deeper water makes the wave less strong, less able to break. Waves break based on the bottom contour they have. Surfer in red, looking at this draining wave as he looks for the ramp and hits it a bit too late. That was a solid opportunity for our surfer in red. Would have been cool to see him go for the alley-oop on that one. Quite a steep line, challenging to generate enough speed to get ahead of the section in such a way that you can hit it and project up above the lip. So yeah, there, Surfer in red definitely had a chance to launch something, just a little bit unsure in terms of the timing, and whenever you question yourself in surfing, that's when you lose your opportunities, is everything. Surfer in white now stalling for the section, speeding up and just going to turns. He launches on that one, but the board flips over. Yeah, there again, it's all about timing those sections just right. So Surfer in white had a chance in that second section where it really steepened out. She started this bump a little too early, ending up in front of the section. It's really a split second, especially when it comes to airs. All about time. And here's our surfer in blue. Just getting caught behind the section. We have seen some opportunities on display by the ocean. Now it's up to our surfers to make the most out of them. This one looks like another drawn out line. Surfer in yellow from Mahab. Surfer in yellow looks like on a perfect one. Just not waiting enough for that section to build up. line shows up at the back, but this one has a double up in front of it that the surfer in red just passed over. And definitely all of his athletes seeing that, a lot of experience, knowing that the wave is going to die out. However, the second wave looked like it's running just right. Let's see who's going to take it. Surfer in white, looking like a perfect scenario. He goes for the straight air and lands it with success. Looking for another section here, just floating in. That was our first landed air, straight for our surfer in white, Shrikant. Perfect drawn out line with the right tempo. He was able to match it and project out over the lip with the grab for the straight. Landed with ease. Smile on his face as he runs around.
Minutes to go. Servers, you have 26 minutes to go.
As our surfer in red looks at this double up, stalling now, speeding up, and deep bottom turn, launches the air reverse, lands with ease. Just a bit of loss of control on the end. Let's see what the judges say with that. Just a little loss of control on the end. Let's see what the judges think about it. But beautiful air reverse attempt. Perfect amount of stall on the start, followed by the perfect amount of speed generation. Went for quite a deep bottom turn on that one to project his tail high and to the beach. So my only question would be with regards to the choice of bottom turn. The bottom turn was really a deep bottom turn. Those are the kinds of bottom turns you would usually use for a vertical snap. Not as much for airs. On airs you want to have shallower bottom turns in which you really load up the whole way and only extend once you're on the ramp, projecting up and out to the beach. Still really able to project his board with the tail high. Tail high, coming back to the judging criteria, tail high is a major criteria when it comes to quality airs. Flatter airs will score less than vertical ones in which the board goes vertical. Surfer in white now stalling and speeding up. He looks at the ramp, launches high with the grab. And just off the landing. But beautiful to watch as our surfer in red now, just behind the section. Misses that opportunity. That was a beautiful attempt from our surfer in white. Again, the perfect amount of stall, followed by the perfect amount of speed generation. It was a weird section to hit, but he got so much height on there. Checking his board now to make sure there's no damage. He was held super compressed in the air with the grab. Just a little off center with his hips, which is probably why he didn't manage to land. As he goes again on this one, driving, launching, tail high, and so close to sticking it. The momentum is with our surfer in white. The landing on the straight. Straights are much easier than reverses to perform. Reverses when you tuck your tail to the beach. But he goes again, up again, looking for something here. As I said, you don't need the biggest waves for airs. It's all about the shape. Looks coming back to how airs are scored, definitely height a big criteria, as well as what you do in the air, the rotation, the grabs, where you land on the wave. Do you land on top, the lip? Do you land in the flats? Landing in the flats are much harder, much more risky. Do you land with control or off balance? Which direction do you spin in? Towards the beach, towards the ocean? Or is it a backflip? Or corked out air? How vertical is your board? Is it rather flat in the rotation, or is it tail high? Ooh, drives down the line, ramp shows up. Just a little too early for our surfer in blue to load up for the air. For the launch.
Time check. 19 minutes and 55 seconds to go.
Still plenty of time on the clock for some big punts as we see our surfer in red. Bit of a soft section to start and he gets caught behind, disappearing into the whitewash. Little bump out back, but doesn't look like an air wave. For white, it could be something. For yellow, who doesn't opt in, but red is there to take it on. He's gonna be slow on the takeoff, waiting it to build up. Now speeding up as the ramp finds itself and lands the air reverse. A surfer in red finding an opportunity on the inside. It was a soft one to start, but he was patient. It stood up, provided a ramp, and he sent the fins to the beach. Weight on top of the board, spinning out with full control.
Immediately, no?
Yeah.
Where?
17 minutes and 50 seconds to go. An announcement to all the surfers and participants. The prize distribution will be held at Surf at 2:30. Request all surfers to please assemble for the prize distribution.
Looks like a little bump. Looks like a little bump here for one of our surfers, but that one, too many bumps on its face. This one looks like it might have a nice expression. White too deep, yellow on the peak, driving down the line, generating lots of speed. Let's see what he does with it. Still driving down. Still driving, and he loads up for the air. I think it was that first section over there that really had the opportunity on it. But he had too much speed and raced in front of the section. Airs are all about timing and speed and projection. But especially timing. Timing your takeoff, timing your stall, timing your speed generation, timing your projection, as we see a master Shrikant here is slowing down, now speeding up, and just a little off timing on that one. Hard to read these waves as they double up real fast. The ramp can be unpredictable. And in those conditions, it's hard to tell when to speed up, how long to slow down for, and on which section to launch.
Time check, 14 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Beautiful line out back. Has a couple bumps on it, so let's see how it lines up. Looks like our surfer in red has found the takeoff spot they want. Taking off just a little behind the section. Late takeoff into the barrel. Now let's see if he can generate enough speed. Stalling, waiting for it to speed up. Now speeding up. And driving the fins to the beach. Spinning out with control. Looks a little less critical than the previous one, but the combination with the barrel was beautiful to watch. Of here, White likes the look of it. Stalling, speeding, launching, landing. That's the first successful air reverse for our friend in white, I believe. First was a straight air. He might have landed an air reverse as well in between, so I think 3 airs for white, 2 for red. Or 2-2, I'm not sure. We'll have to check with the judges for that. Looks like the lineup is free for our surfers in yellow and blue. Something's showing up on the horizon, but the peak is shifting up north. Looks like a bit of a drawn out line. Let's see if any of our surfers are interested. The peak is shifting really far up north, but looks like our surfer in red might be in the right spot. And he is. He goes for it. Just a bit of a late takeoff. as he was letting his competitor in blue have a look at it. One more line showing itself. Will it be clean? Will it be without bumps? It looks like it will. Our surfer in white leading the charge with the airs. Takes off on the inside. Speeding up. Finding a ramp. Nope. And launching at the end section. Riding out with control. Not quite finding the timing on the first few sections, but still managing to pull it off at the end. That's a lot of airs for our surfer in white. Another beautiful line showing itself now. Surfer in yellow opts into this one. It has a bit of a bump on it, but he's still driving down the line. A ramp shows up, just a little late on that ramp, so he decides to go for the barrel instead. Another drawn out line over there, looks a bit doubly up, but still quite a bit separation between it and the previous wave, indicating that it should be relatively clean, our surfer in blue. On the takeoff, finding the ramp, oh! Nine minutes to go. 9 minutes and 5 seconds to go. Looks like our surfer in white has found the sweet spot in the lineup for himself, all the way up in front of the rocks. The low tide draining out, it really does seem like there's some good opportunities up there. As he goes again. Here we go again. Surfer in white stalling. Let's see if this one provides a ramp, and it doesn't. Still some lines out back. This one a bit deeper. White would have been happy to be sitting in his spot. Red takes a look. There is a ramp on it. Let's see if he can time it. And he does! Beautiful rare reverse from our surfer in red. Now our surfer in yellow. That one not quite giving him a chance. Surfer in blue goes for the chop. That's 3 air reverses for our surfer in red. But it's not all about numbers here. It's also about quality. Height, verticality, projection, rotation, speed, travel time. All sorts of factors that come in to scoring an air. In the judge booth is Arun Vasu, the president of the Surfing Federation of India, Nawaz, the event director, and Shriram. Red having a look here. No. That one too soft. White might have a chance on this one. Let's see if he can launch higher and land with more control than the previous airs. This one, oh, he's still on it. Blue, driving, finding a ramp, throwing the tail. A little sticky on that one.
Time check, 4 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
Repeat, 4 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Red looking at this opportunity, a little one, but that doesn't mean anything. Carves the first one, looking for a ramp on the second section, driving, launching. Blue now looking for his own section, he launches. Yellow, stalling, speeding, there is a ramp, and just close to a make.
We have another 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go before we wrap up the finals of the big airflow. Requesting all athletes to please gather at Surf for the prize distribution immediately after the finals.
Yellow up and riding, finding a ramp, projecting, same landing with loss of connection on the back foot. That hip really needs to drive out to the beach as well. And here's our surfer in blue, up and riding with the high line, generating speed, wiping his windscreen, looking for the section, and he goes down.
Time check, 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. 1 minute to go.
5 seconds to go.
Forty-five seconds to go. Seconds to go.
White looking for an opportunity at the end over here. Looks like there is a ramp. Red also having a look. White loading and launching. Red also with the tail real high on that one. Just missing the
3, 2, 1. And that brings us to the end of the finals for today, the big airflow. Requesting all athletes to please assemble at Soto for the prize distribution in a few minutes. A big thank you to Tipi Jabrik for bringing in the Grom Patrol India, presented by Arun Vasu, supported by TT Group, Arun Vasu Foundation, and Surf Cooperative.
And under 14 boys and under 14 girls. Yeah, John.
Okay.
Yeah.